guys. Oh, that is an amazing loop. That was literally an amazing loop. That was a loop. So that was what you just heard, an echo. Maybe if I can lower it, yeah, much better. Hello guys, so welcome back to Spoken Essays. I am Harshal Vora and you are looking at the JavaScript tutorial where we figure out JavaScript and learn to code. Okay, I can see we have one viewer with us. Thank you so much for joining. We have two viewers, amazing. Thank you for joining both the viewers, and let us continue from where we left off at Spoken Essays. Yeah, okay. I'll have to share my screen first. Yeah, right. This screen looks like that because of the live chat. I can turn on this one. Okay, so we go to my ID. I share the screen with you guys. Amazing. Okay, I'll just press Command Shift T to open the previous tab, and we are good to go. Now I'll have to zoom in a little bit. Command plus, that should do it. That's so much better. Right, so what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to find out the smallest common multiple. I have to look at a few more ways. Least or smallest common multiple and greatest common divisor. I get it. Okay, so we have to find out the smallest common multiple for each number. So for each number, as in if it's between 2 and 5, so I have to find out multiples of the least common multiple of the group 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Now what's the best way to do it? Should we multiply all of them first? Multiply each number from them, and then that is what we actually did. So we have 120. Now we have to check each value. We have to iterate through each of them, aren't we supposed to do that? Yeah, so maybe we can use, right, okay, so we printed array 1 and then added each value of I. So array 1, then array, right, this won't be 1, then it will be 2 in the second iteration. Don't believe me? See what I'm saying. And we will see in that first it returns 2, which is the value of the first argument. The only argument's first character or the first value. Then it is multiplied with 3 and returns 6. Then 6 is multiplied with 4, and then 4 is multiplied with 5. This is of course the log of this command, this call function. So yeah, so this is what this for loop does. It prints, yeah, basically it adds value of this. Yeah, you guys get it. Yeah. So 2, 6, 2, 4 and 120. So we have 2, 3, 4, 5. So now that we've multiplied it, what do we do next? I wish we could understand this better. Looping approach. I think we started reading the looping approach and then we stopped halfway. Yes, much better. How to calculate greatest common divisor of 2 or more numbers arrays in JavaScript. Why do we need greatest common divisor is my question now. What would be the greatest common divisor of all these numbers? 2, 3, 4, 5 and Yeah, 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Common divisor would be 1 really. I want to see the ES6 approach. I have no clue, so I will have to refer to this code. I don't know logically what to do next, so I'll have to check this out to understand. So what does this say? This is the way of ES6 looping. So they don't write for loops. They basically, I mean, they do write for loops. You can see that here, but the way they write code is different than this. This is complete looping. This is more of a fill loop and this and that. And yeah, GCD and LCM is quite, it's finished really fast. Simply LCM. Oh wait, what? Just a second. You simply do this. No, wait a minute. Do you create a function called LCM first? Yes. You create a function called LCM first. And you also have to create a function GCD first. And then, okay, right. Let us go through the first solution, or prime factorization. Yeah. All these methods will help us reach the solution. Never been so stuck in my life. Someone came up with this. Also, people actually post it in here. And I think, yeah, the most optimized ways of writing code are mentioned in here. Probably they get uploaded and they become solutions. Very nice. Don't mind me, I'm just grabbing my little fruit. The mic is close to me, so you guys will hear me chew. I'll just keep mum for a while. This is amazing, guys. I had to turn the mic on. You can see, if you guys don't understand this, this is pretty amazing, really. The storing whatever they sorted. So the first thing they do is sort the array, the way I did it, but they store it in two variables. The first value is stored as minimum, and the second value or the last value is stored as maximum. So literally they're storing this minimum and maximum. Wow. Okay. Then we have another variable called number divisors. What does it do? So it basically gets us the difference. So let's say we have 5 and 2. So 5 minus 2 would be 3 plus 1 4. So this would give us number divisors. So the value of this number divisors is 4 for our case. It would be different for each case, right? Then it runs this loop. It says let upper bound be 1. I think I wrote this, new array be 1, and then we let I equals the minimum value. I wrote array 0. You could write minimum and you could write maximum here. The same thing, it's the same thing really. You're picking the first and the last value. I sorted it, but they not only did they sort it, but also they, well, stored it in variables that we can call later. Quite clever actually. Right, so the same way we have 122. Now I'll come do a few things. So bring back the console. Very good. Right, so now we have 120 upper bound. Yeah, we do. Cool. Next, now test all multiples of max. All multiples. So max would be 5, which is array 1. Let me copy that. We are going to use this. Now what does this for loop do? It where does it begin? Okay, it begins from here and it ends where? Ends here. Wait a minute, I can see by the indentation. Array, you can see by the indentation that if is inside this for loop, but yeah, that's where it ends, this for loop. Right, so what does it say? Let multiple. So now they're creating a variable called multiple instead of ABCD. The same, yeah, and it will hold the maximum value. Right, and this multiple, which is the maximum value, cannot go beyond upper bound value. What is upper bound? Upper bound value is 1 right now, but it looks like 1, but its value is 120 according to our code. It could be different for each person, but yeah, it says upper bound. And then multiple equals multiple plus max. So you're adding multiple plus multiple max. So basically it will check for each multiple, right, of the maximum value. Then we have another declaration, a variable called division count, and it has been given the value 0 inside this for loop. Inside this for loop we have another for loop, which is what? Checking the minimum value. I is less than or equal to max. Should be is I less than or equal to max. I plus plus. This will count to the divisors. And then we have an if statement. If multiple, what is multiple? So multiple is max here. If multiple, which is 5, if it is divided by I, which is minimum value, which is 5 by 2, for example, if 5 by 2 2's remainder returns 0, then you do this. You change the divisor count from 0 to 1. Divisor count equals divisor plus 1, which is 0 plus 1, right? This will test all multiples of max, right? Then we have if statement. After this for loop ends. What does this if statement do? Wait a minute, let me think again. The if statement ends here, this for loop ends here. Oh, the for loop ends here, sorry about that. No, wait a minute, the for loop ends here. Yeah, I should have known because of the indentation. So first you do all this, then you do this, which is what? Divisor count is strictly equal to number divisors. So check again, this is divisor count. If the divisor count is strictly equal to number divisors, where is number divisors again? I think it's here, right? If it is strictly equal to 4, so this thing's value is 4, which we found out. Yeah, this thing's value is 4. So if divisor count is also 4, then you return multiple, otherwise you don't do anything. Wow, just wow. I am going to use this code. We've already got this, so we've reached these steps. I didn't write number divisors. I am going to use that. Of course, max minimum is not defined. Array 0, sorry, array 1 minus array 0. After this for loop ends, we have another for loop waiting for us. Yeah, I think it's better if we copy and paste this. Okay. Yeah, right. I could simply have done this. Yeah, okay. Right. Now we change these values. Max becomes array 1. Minimum becomes array 0. Were you max? Yep. And it says return new array and dot. Upper bound is not defined, so we have to mention upper bound. We didn't use upper bound, we used new array. And returns 60. Done. Now because we've done it this way, let's try to understand what this is. So we have a for loop. Inside this for loop we have let divisor count equals 0. So divisors, and inside then after it has been declared, you have a for loop again, which has 2 as i's value, and I should not be greater than 5. I think it will run 2, 3, 4 and 5. It will run 4 times. With each iteration it will check if the multiple, as in 5, when you divide it by I and the remainders exactly strictly 0, as in strict equality is for types. And that's it. Of course we've passed it, but we copied and pasted the rest of the code. Although you have to know which variables to change, of course. But yeah, what does this do? Divisor count is added. It's incremented every time. Every time this loop begins, right? No, because it's out of this, right? Yeah. But all of this is inside the if loop. Much better. So let divisor count 0 for loop, let this. If it's this, then you change the divisor count. I have no clue what this is doing. I get this, I really do. It's checking for multiples of 5, but this is beyond me. Let's try to find out. That's what the comments were here for. So this for loop tests all multiples of max, the maximum value. Then check if every value in range divides multiple. This is what that does. Check if every value in range divides multiple. And then count the number of divisors. Right, so it will go through each multiple of 5, which is the highest value. Oh, we'll divide each multiple of 5 with 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, with 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. Until all of them return 0. Then we'll have that number, that specific multiple, which is the maximum value, because maximum value changes. So we're checking the 5. So 5 is the multiple right now. Now we have divisor count. We have a loop where it checks I minimum, which is the minimum value, and maximum value. So it will check, the first thing it will check is 2. So 2 के साथ चेक करेगा कब तक, जब तक 5 है. So 2 को चेक करेगा. If multiple, which is 5 for this instance, for this first iteration, then 5 divided by 2 returns what? It returns the remainder 1, which is not strictly equal to 0. So we do nothing, we let it go. Then we check for 3, then 4, and as soon as we reach 4, we also check for 5. We do this probably a number of times until divisor count is equal to the number of divisors. Greatest common divisor. And the moment we reach that, it returns the multiple. Crazy. It went through every multiple of 5 until it reached 60. Pretty nice, actually. Next, please. Drop it. I like to move it. I like to move it. I like to move it. Drop it. What are we oh my god, we have a function in this, and that too an anonymous function. Oh my god. Okay. We're going to call this function, aren't we? Yes, we are. Okay. Given the array, iterate through and remove each element starting from the first element, 0 index, until the function returns true when the iterated element is passed through it. What? Then return the rest of the array once the condition is satisfied, otherwise array should be returned as an empty array. Right. What does this mean? We have an array 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a function where it returns. Right. So I think they've written the function out for us. We simply need to put it inside a filter. Maybe not a filter. Maybe something else. We'll find out. Interesting. Excuse me just a second. Right. That is interesting. Okay. Return only if n is greater than or equal to 3, which would be these two. So it should return these two. If this value, oh yeah, basically iterate through an array and only return that which turns out to be true, right? If we have 0 and 0 1, function should return if n is equal to 1, so it should, oh my god, what? Return only if n is strictly equal to 1, should return 101. Whoa. Okay, I'll have to read the steps again, of course. Then we have an array 1 2 3. When we have a function n, anonymous function n, which would take this as the first value. Is n greater than 0? Yes it is. Is 2 greater than 0? Yes it is. Is 3 greater than 0? Yes it is. So return this. I think we'll most probably use filter. Then we have 1 2 3. Function n, return n if n is greater than 5. None of them are greater than 5, so return an empty array. Cool. Yeah, I think filter should take care of this. Then we have 1 2 3 7 4. Return, filter out the data that is not greater than that is greater than 3. So whoa, okay, it doesn't filter out. Oh, because it's not greater than 3, it should only return 4 and 7 and 4. Yeah, okay, I get it. The only thing I don't get is this. I'll have to read that again. We have 1 2 3 9 and 2. Yeah, the more I read these tests, the more my resolve gets resolve strengthens that we are supposed to use filter somehow. 1 2 3 9 2 is an array. We run the function where you only return values that are greater than 2, which is 3 and 9, but it also returns 2. Crazy. Why? So this and this are so interesting. I am going to read this again. So given the array ARR, iterate through and remove each element starting from the first element, from the first element, 0th element, until the func, which is function, which is this, returns true when the iterated element is passed through it. Pretty cool, yeah. I mean, this is so clear. Then return the rest of the array once the condition is satisfied. Otherwise, array should be written as an empty. But how do you decide that you don't want 0? The moment you remove the first 0, you're satisfied. But not with these. 1 2 3 7 4. 7 and 4 are greater than this. If it's greater than 2, this was removed, but this was not. Why? I do not understand. I have to read. Somewhere in here should be the answer. Then return the rest of the array, right? So you want me to stop the moment it turns out to be true, is that it? Let's say n greater than equal to 3. 1 false, 2 false, 3 yes, true, so just return the rest of it. Then we have 0. Is 0 strictly equal to 1? No, it is not. So this returns false, this returns true, so simply return the end of the array, the rest of the array. I mean, we could use a for loop and then unshift. The moment it turns out to be true, you break it and return the array, right? A for loop and a a for loop and an if statement should do it. I don't know how we'll put the function in there, but yeah, right. So let new array be an empty array. Nice. For loop, let h equals 0. we write h less than arr.length semicolon h plus plus. So iterate through each array. Very good. Now we want it to do what? We have an if statement. This function itself should return true or false. Yeah, it says unexpected function. Yeah, because we're expecting semicolons. Very good. So this thing will in fact return true or false. Very good. If something is true in the first iteration, you do this. If something is true in the second iteration, you do that. Are any of them less than 3? Right, is 3 less than 3? No. False. Okay. It will be difficult to write, not difficult really, but it will take some time to write the true statement. This is really simple. Else return new array as it is. Done. The tricky part is to check whether this does return true or false, but we'll only know once we try it. So what do? We write console.log. It returns 1, 2, 3 for now. Now, if any of them do turn out to be true, wait a minute. Why is one? Oh, okay. This shouldn't say. Oh, yeah. That means it didn't even go through this function. It returns the array, not even new array. First of all, remove that by. Very good. It returns undefined because it can't go through this. Right. Why? So if function n return n minus 3 returns true, what is that? Pop, shift, or unshift? Shift versus pop. Shift methods remove the first element. Very good. Yeah, we need shift. We write arr.shift Yeah, of course we could do that. What fun that would be. Right. Okay, yeah, why am I? Yeah, simple. Done. It worked with these 1, 2, 3. Now let's check the rest. What seems to be the problem? Oh yeah, we don't need to write all of this really. We simply need to write func. F-U-N-C. If func returns true, then you do this. If func returns false, then you do that. Cool. Okay. So this does return an empty array. Very good. Let's check view. This returns an empty array. It should actually return. Oh my god! It returns 3 and 4. So 3 and 4 solved. Empty array not solved. Because we're not pushing anything. I don't need to write this then. Oh. Cool. That should take care of. Nope. Why? This function apparently does not return the real thing. I'll have to console you. Console you. Yeah, I'll console you, my friend. It says function. Right, do we have to call this function? I didn't think we would have to call this function. The moment I call this function, it returns an empty array. Right. Okay. Now what do you print? It returns. Okay, fine. Well, it doesn't actually return. Oh my, it does return. Are we to use filter? Really? Maji this. Okay. Console. I will console you, my child. It returns false. For which iteration? For all of them? I don't believe that. I think yes. Array's length is 4. 0, 1, 2 and 3. So it would iterate through this 4 times. Right. Do we have to write the name of the function? I think so. You can't simply write function. So apparently maybe it cannot. Nope. Maybe. Let's see. If I write array I in here. Right. Reference I is not defined. Oh, it's H. Sorry. It returns false. Why? When we call this function with array H, so n is the first value. Are you supposed to work by yourself? Yeah, the first value will be false. Isn't as simple as I thought. I keep thinking of using filter. But filter would call this function pretty well, really. But how do we make it stop? You know what, let's write it down. Maybe we'll understand after we write this down. Oh, you will be in the way. Hide please. I do want to experiment with it, but let's first find out a way to finish this. Yeah, okay, so let new arr be arr dot filter func. Semicolon return new arr. I think that's the only thing. Nope, it won't work for each of them. It won't work with 101 because it will simply remove all the values. It won't stop after the first one. What if we went through filters syntax? देखना ही पड़ेगा. Filters syntax. क्या? Oh, it's a method. It's not even. Yeah, because it's an object. Array objects method, right? Maybe we can use. Oh my God, we can use for each. Oh yeah. Somewhere in here is for each and only for one. Some. But yeah, let's first take this. So array filter takes a function, current value, index and array, and this value. Current value we give it index, and we also give it array. We actually do. These two are actually optional. Yeah, you can see that, you can read that, and it says this value, a value passed to the function as it's this value. Okay, let's try to read this. Maybe they wrote this in that way. We have a function check age. I think this only takes one argument. Maybe array tutorial, array construction. Nope. But this is quite clear. It will filter what? It will filter check whether it is, oh my god, age to check dot value. There should be an element. That's why it says get element by id age to check dot value. So we're supposed to, yeah, this thing is compared with this. The comparison has been returned, and it will filter that comparison. Interesting. Right. Age divided by, so this is for each iteration, whether 32 is greater than whatever the value of this element id is. Age to check. I can see the value of element. Achha, value 30. I see. This must be used for login pages 18 years or older, 32 years or older. It should at least be 12 years or older. We came across that. Max minimum values and max minimum attributes for HTML. But I think we will use something called sum. This is for each value, right? It's called a function for each element in array. Now this says check if any values are over 18. Some method checks if any array element pass a test, provided as a callback function. What will this do? So we have 3, 10, 18 and 20, and we have a function called check adult age, which is here. It will take this as an first argument. It will check 3 with 18. Is 3 greater than 18? No, it is not. Is 10 greater than 18? No, it is not. Is 18 greater than 18? Yes, it is. Bye. Goodbye. I think this is what we should write. Sum true. Wow. Okay. So I mean, it did say until the function returns true when the iterated element is passed through it. I mean, we are there, but we're not there. It only returns true. Sum doesn't manipulate arrays or copy or return a new array, does it? But sum is the way to go. Does not change, does not execute the function for empty array elements. I see. This way, right? Oh yeah, we're not supposed to return true or false. Index, array, and this. So the function itself and a second argument called this. A value passed to the function to be used as its this value. True if any of the array elements pass the test, otherwise false. Maybe we use this sum function as an if statement. Yeah, that might work out. Yeah, that might work out perfectly well actually. I'm not sure yet. This in itself iterates through each array, so no for loop. Each element in the array, it will return true once, but for which value we don't know. Maybe this way we can find out. So this thing returns true. So some value does do that. But which? How do we find out with this? Right. Thinking maybe we create another array. It would pop a value from this, and then the array would be checked. Then the array would be checked again, and the array would be checked again. Right. So first, not pop, maybe shift. So first we take the 0th value. You check that as an array. If it turns out to be true, then you check. Then you stop and print. What do we even write? If one, oh yeah, there's an extra bracket. Right. Now what? Oh. How do we remove whatever values are not true? We don't have a for loop. Push what? The 0th value exactly. We don't write it this way. What am I even writing? Let's check the output. Obviously it would return the I, yeah. Okay, I have an idea. I can reuse the code, can't I? For let h equals this, so we write here array h. Oop. Array h dot sum is not a function because it's in elements. Command z. It would return each value because it would be true for all of them and only one of them. What a dilemma. What a dilemma. I love it. Mind blown. What am I stuck with? Let new array be an empty array. If a condition turns out to be true, then you push 3 and 4. But you have to first go through the ith character or the 0th character. If the 0th character does fall under these values, then you say, yeah, a minute. Maybe some not sort, splice to string, unshift. Something in here will help us. I think sum is the way to go, but how do we use it? Amazing. What does map do? Maybe let's see. Map is better with objects, really. Let's think of this logically. You have an array. You go through the first value. You run an if statement. It doesn't turn out to be true. So you go again. Another thing I thought of, but that's again shifting data. So this function does that itself, right? This is in itself our Boolean. Couldn't get it to work before now. I think we should be able to. If function, what if there were 0 here? Interesting. Most interesting. Wait a minute. How is 3 not in here? most interesting. 0 1 5 6. So 0 1 5 and 6. Maybe write 1 2 3. It doesn't stop at 4. It's an entire if statement. Wait a minute. Why haven't we wrapped this in curly brackets? Much better. We aren't even using the new array. Yeah. Why do you stop at? What do you return? Let's see. Zero comma 1 0 comma 1. Oh right, yeah, we need that. Let's go through each iteration. 0th value. If so, you call that function on that iteration itself 0. Is 0 greater than or equal to 3? No, it is not. So you shift that value. Then you go to 1. Oh yeah, oh, sorry. First we have to change this. Oh, I'm so sorry. Triple equals 1. Oh, regardless. Interesting. Okay. Why are there so many gaps? So first iteration 0. Is 0 strictly equal to 1? No, it is not. So you shift that value. Then you go to 1. Is 1 strictly equal to 1? Yes, it is. So what do? We have to mention what it has to do. Return the array then and then there. Oh. Why? We're back to this. It will say undefined. Oh, it didn't say what does this do? Okay, now at the 0th iteration, I think we should mention it has to go through the 0th iteration. Now what? Now it has a problem with 1 2 3 4. Come on in. What is your problem with 1 2 3 4? It only worked for 1 0 1, not the rest. Not the rest. No, we can't write 0 1 2 3 4 5. Oh. It would stop after 1. Right. You have to write array and this. and that suddenly feels too complicated for you, doesn't it? Why? It's also a numerical value. I wonder. Lost and beat up. So it stops after 2. Why? First iteration, is 1 greater than or equal to 3? No, it is not. So you shift it. Cool. Check 2 now. Is 2, so h is 1 now, so array h is 1. Is 1 greater than or equal to, well, the first value, is 2 greater than or equal to 3? No, it is not. Then you shift it. Why did it return this array? In which world? Is this real? I want to understand why you print 2. Maybe if I specify, no, shift is in its, yeah. Now it's true for 1 to 3, not true for the rest of them. Maybe if I store this in another array, let new arr be an empty array. I keep making new arrays. Now we have to put ellipse in ellipses. Let me go through each iteration in my mind then. We have a for loop, let h equals 0, h less than new array dot length, so it would run 4 times. Good. It would iterate 4 times. Each time the value of h will be added to, basically h's value will be incremented by 1. Now inside the for loop we write an if statement. If, so you call the function that has been written. If this function that takes an n, I mean it's defined as n, but it can be really anything. So if this, which is for this iteration h0, so new array's 0th element, which is 1, and then it gets checked with this. 1 is not in fact greater than or equal to 3. It is not. So you do this. You shift the value. You move the value of 1, and we can evidently see it here. Cool. Next iteration. Now, oh right. Okay. That's why. You have to make this ARR. If function array, so array's 0th value is 1. Is 1 greater than or equal to 3? No, it is not. So you push the value. Next. Now this thing's value becomes 1. So array's first item, which is 2, is 2 greater than or equal to 3? No, it is not. So you push that value of a new array as well. Very good. Next, you check 3, which is h equals 2. So array's second value, which is 3 really, is checked against this function. Is 3 greater than or equal to 3? Yes, it is. So you simply return whatever is left of this new array. But instead it says undefined. What is undefined? What if I write here array turn new ARR 3 and 4? Cool, very cool. So now all the tests are done except for you. What do you want? Let's see. This thing returns 3 and 4. Utterly amazing. Okay, let's think. Why? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, but now n is supposed to be greater than 5. None of them are greater than 5, so it should return. All of them should be shifted. How is new array unbothered? Oh, right. With each iteration, the length of the array changes. And we did it. Yep. Only what? 7 lines of code and we figured it out. Pretty simple now that I look at it. Obviously, it is simple after we realize how simple it is. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult. But we figured it out. And I am going to enjoy this apple in peace while you guys read the next step. We've already reached 71%. Hopefully, we'll reach the end of this course by the end of next week. The way my progress is going, I think, or maybe the beginning of next week. What day is it? It's a Tuesday. So I have a message from my mom. I didn't realize it, but I knew you guys can hear the entire conversation from the background. Let me do something about that. My mom says surround sound. That is so funny. Yeah, she literally said it's surround sound. So why don't you guys, enjoy the music of spoken essays for a while, and I'll be back.
I mean, I won't go anywhere. Only the screen will disappear. I will be here, and the mic will be off. Mission accomplished. Apple has been eaten. Very nice. We have to flatten a nested array. View must account for varying levels of nesting. And it simply says flat. Flat map should not be used. Okay. That would have done us so much good. Oh God. We have to find out what the fundamental thought is behind flattening. Yay, flat. Bye. Okay, we have flat and flat map. What does this do? Create a new array with a subarray. 1, 2, 3, 4. We flatten it out. All of them just disappear. They flatten out. Concatenates subarray elements. And that's also optional. Wow. Array and flat. Depth. Ooh. How deep a nested array should be flattened. Very cool. Right. Now I want to JavaScript array reference, array object, and then flat. Right. Object in JavaScript. Nope, not array object. Flat method in JavaScript, please. Array.prototype.flat. Parameters. This. What is the way you write this? I'm sure if JavaScript is an open source, then we should get the way it was written. So flat, what does it do basically? Flat map. Flat takes an argument. Flat method maps all array elements and create a new flat array. Creates a new array from calling a function. So basically this is filtering and flattening. Does not execute the function. Creates a new array from calling a function for every array element. What if we want to filter it? Would filter iterate? Would map iterate through each element? Right. What do you even use for comparison in a filter? If it is a valid type, you let it. No. How do we define the function? If we map it, right, array dot, right, array equals array dot map item. What does this do? Console. I will console you. Right. Now this is an object. We can't filter anything. It will filter everything. Oh my god. Yeah, we need some comparison if we are filtering everything out. Your solution should not use array.prototype.flat. What do we write? The depth, okay, a new array with subarray elements concatenated into it. So, an array with its sub-elements concatenated into it. How would it reach each level? It's supposed to go. There should be a. It calls this an object. An object that is wrapped inside 3 levels, 1, 2, and 3.
and a fourth level. So it's not a number 4 anymore, it is an object according to filter. Map is not a function. Map, reduce, we don't need reduce really. Maybe we have to figure it out ourselves. It says a new array with a sub-array with the sub-array elements concatenated into it is a copying method. It does not alter this. Oh, this is going to be interesting. But instead returns a shallow copy that contains the same elements as the one from the original array. The flat method ignores empty slots if the array being flattened is sparse. For example, if depth is 1, both empty slots in the root array and the first level of the nested are ignored. But if empty slots are further nested, arrays are preserved within the array of themselves. Flat method is generic. It only expects this value to have a length property and integer keyed properties. However, the elements must be arrays if they are to be flattened. Right. Basically, it goes through one and it runs a few checks. How will it know whether something has levels? For each element console, so it would print each element. Right. What if I write 1, 2, 3, 4 and 4? It returns that itself. Array 4. This is a good challenge. We have to understand the fundamentals of flattening an array. The flat method, so it is a method, it is a copying method. What is a copying? Acha, niche hi hai. Some methods do not mutate. Okay, yeah, I get it. Yeah, it does not alter this, as in whatever element it has, it is going through. But instead returns a shallow copy that returns that contains the same elements as the one from the original array. Right. Underscore was used. Okay. We can't use flat, but we can use the way flattens things, flattens arrays. Do we also have to mention the level? Yes. Something should be in here that will help us. Flat method alternatives. 7 ways to flatten arrays in JavaScript. Oh my god. Okay, that is javascript.io. Nope, that's javascript.plain English. So that's plain English. Okay. So they're using flat map. Oh, I totally forgot about recursion. Array.prototype.reduce plus recursion. What does this do? So we have a function called flatten an array. Right, this is an array. What does it return? First array dot reduce previous value and current value. I mean A and B, and then inside this we ask it to return this, so it's an if statement. Okay, previous value concat, previous value, so the eighth, the eighth value should be concatenated to what? Array dot is array. We should not be concat. Whoa, where does this bracket end? Here? Wow, I see. Very clever. Our option 2 is there, but let's understand what option 2 does. So basically you concatenate the eighth value with what? So array dot is array, so you call the is array function current value to current value. Is current value an array? Oh my god. Whoa. Is array, so the current value would be the current value, then previous value would be nothing for the first iteration. So is current value the current value an array? Okay. You're checking whether something is an array or not. If this number, and whether this number is an array or not. If it is, then you this uses flatten array. It calls itself. Interesting. Recursion. If not, then you simply print current value. You concatenate the current value. This will go levels deeper. Wow. Amazing recursion with reduce. Are we allowed to use reduce? Yes. Very cool. I could not have thought of that. Then we have for loop and recursion. For loop के अंदर recursion करना है. Basically somewhere. No, we don't even need recursion. We can also do it with while, and with only this much code. Whoa. Okay. Basically what does this do? While. So inside this if statement is a function itself. What? Array dot sum of the items. Right, sum inside we write, this will return true or false. I see. Array dot is array item, this item. So the first item, is it an array? No, then you return the array itself. Right. Whoa. What? See, check again. Well, it is an item. It is not an array. So you append, you concatenate. Then you go to 2. Is 2 an array? The second value. The second value is in an entire array. Yes, it is an array. If it is an array, what do you do? If it is not an array, what do you do? Do you move on to the next value? What is this? What does this say? Sum. Let me read the sum function. Sum method. SUME array sum method. Yeah, we went through this. If any of them return true, you stop right then and there. How do you flatten it now? That's amazing. 2 lines of code, and that's all it takes. 2 lines of code. Whoa. while array dot sum item, right? Okay. Do we write anything before? Nope. While array dot sum, oh sorry, this we take item space arrow, what array dot is array item. So we're calling the array object, and then we're looking for is array, and then we write item. So sum itself will go through each function, right? Oh, array dot sum is the first item in array. No, then you simply return the array. No, you concatenate it. Array equals a blank array dot concatenate that dot 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 array, right? Yeah, that returns undefined. What else are we to do? Or return array. Okay. Oh yeah, we have to wrap this. Oh my god. What is this sorcery? I must understand you. Semicolons, please. What does while loop do now? While something is true, you do this. Loop a code as long as I is less than 5. Loop a code as something is true. While statement creates a loop around a code block that is executed if the while a condition is true. Right. So this thing, sum, returns true for all cases. Concatenate dot 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 array. What if we were to do this? Infinite loop. Test may fail if this is not changed. Okay. Abhi? What does this do? Okay, so inside this if statement, while yeah, it is an if statement if you think about it. So what does this say? This array, इसको check करो, ये सबसे बड़ी एरिया, राइट? सम, हर एक वैल्यू को चेक करना है. हर एक वैल्यू पे क्या फंक्शन लगाएंगे? तो भाई पहले फर्स्ट आइटम को लो, दिस फ्रॉम दिस अरे, दिस इज द फर्स्ट आइटम, राइट? इज इट एन अरे? This will return false, so return array. Then how does this work? Wait a minute, it will iterate until it finds an array. Does it stop at the u? Oh, sorry. So false. For 1 it is not an array, but at 2 it does find out. So now array becomes a blank array dot concat array. How? What? Doesn't sum return a true or false value? I am baffled. Is this sum? No. Bye. Sum in JavaScript, please. Returns true and stops if the function returns true for one of the array elements. So this returned true, but while is supposed to run if it returns true. I need to break this down. You put 2 iterations, one this and this.
What does sum do? It will return a true or false value by running a condition. What is the condition? Whether a specific item or a specific item is an array. Right. Is one an array? No. By. Yeah, so this in first, right, but that's the first iteration. Then it goes to the second iteration. So in the second iteration, in the second iteration, now it will check for this. Is this an array? Yes. Then what do? Array, you reassign the value of array to a blank array dot concat dot arr. But wait a minute, sum hasn't stopped yet. Where it should have. The moment it returns true, it stops, right? Where is this? True if anyway gets otherwise false. Method returns false if the function returns false for all of the array elements. Returns true and stops. It says that here. But it executes the callback function once for each array element. If the function returns true for one of the elements. So how do these two work together? It executes the callback function once for each, yet it stops when it finds a true value. कुछ समझ आ रहा है, कुछ सेंस बन रहा है? Okay, so with 1 it is not an array, false. With 2 it is an array, true. But what do you do with it? Array is not an individual item. How does this concatenate dot array? I can't print a reassignment. What? Oh, and this, by the way, oh yeah, it doesn't return true for all of them. Right. So maybe not. Okay. There are different methods. Option 2, array equals array.prototype.concat call, and then this array.prototype.concat apply. Okay, then we have string array prototype string, then split JSON parse. Wow, someone really can we join them? Right. Yeah, now let's try something stupid. Oh, sorry. I'm going to try something simple. Let A equals ARR, the array, to split. Oh, sorry. Right. Yeah, I don't think we can split anything. Return split an array. Split must be for string. And that reckless thing just went away. Ha. Yeah. We can only split text, not this. Join, please. JOIN. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is there a comma here? Which level caused a comma? all of them, right? Why is there a problem? Oh yeah, interesting. Still 1, 2, 3 and 4. Nanja. Okay, what if it were more complicated than that? Let's try printing out all of them. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4. Nanda kore. Can't use join. Something tells me I'm deviating. It does a perfect job with AB. Not such a good job with this. Although it should say 1, 3 and 4. And this shows, yeah, because it is an object. I mean, yeah, it is an object. I see. Right. Nope. Not exactly. So we can't use join really. We can't use split because it is not a string. I mean, more or less this works. I don't know where that comma came from. I think from here. Then it's a syntax function error. And this is not what the code. This is not what it was like. This was like पहले इनको एक में रैप करो फिर दूसरे में रैप करो. हाँ, ऐसे ही था I think. Think. Maybe we have to use recursion and a for loop. Yeah, because there will be possibilities. Now this you have to turn into a string then. Global variables should not be used. I'm not using global. Oh, right. Nope, still not happy. Okay, basically return. Now, oh my god, it still says a global variable should not be used. Yeah. What do you mean global variables should not? Okay, that should not be the concern. The concern is to get us these outputs. Steamroll. You're flattening it, but without using the flat method or flat map method. 7 ways to flatten arrays. Right. बंद करो. Flat method JavaScript alternatives. I can view someone came up with this question 2 years, almost 3 years ago, and it has been viewed 10,000 times. My god. Right. How can I flatten an array without using flat? By one level. Oh, nope. And it's crashing my memory. So the way he wrote this code crashes his memory. Foobar, baz, quux should look like this. So let flattened be this. For loop I array.length, which is 2 items. Constant current equals array I, which is the current value. Then we have another for loop. Let j equals, oh that's, yeah, one level, because foo bar. I think recursion is the way to go. I hope this helps. This is a variable, 2-dimensional. Reduce, reduce. ACC and EL, I have no clue, so we say variable plano. It should be plane, right? Yeah, but okay, fine. Plane, so 2-dimensional plane. How many dimensions? 2-dimension. Reduce ACC and EL. What does that mean? ACC, which would be the first value then, and EL would be the index value. So concat EL, the index value. Array.reduce takes to argument a callback function and an initial value. This is the callback function and an initial value. So concat this. So that's the second argument. I see. Very cool. Would this work for any dimension? Let's see. Constant of plano. Okay. Nope. We're not going to do anything like that. Semicolon. Now we have 1, 2, 3 and then 4 with these levels. So apparently this was only made for 2 levels. I see. You can see still, I mean, this is much better. We could use array.reduce in spread syntax. Spread, I forgot about spread. We did read spread syntax in JavaScript. Completely forgot about spread. What does it do? It says you could use array.reduce in spread syntax. Of course, this is in front of me. I should have read this before moving on to a new tab, but I'll keep you open. Right. We have written array.reduce. So you're going to return an, oh my god, a reduced array. Where does this function end? Open curly bracket, another open curly bracket, one curly bracket close. Yeah, okay. And it takes an initial value, an empty array. Right. Does ours do that? It does. Cool. इसको रखते हैं साइड पे अभी के लिए. देख लो. Okay. Right. If item is an array, use the spread syntax to append items to the array into the accumulator array. Remember that thing. If array is array item, then return accumulator comma space item, which is accumulator, which is the first value. So first value dot and then item. Interesting. Dot. Invalidate into spread non-iterable instance. Okay. still invalid attempt. In order to be iterable, non-array objects must have a symbol.iterator method. Logic, back to you. Okay, so inside this, the first thing it does is run an if statement. If this doesn't turn out to be true, dot accumulator, which would be the first value for the reduce, and then the second value the item itself. Okay, is the item an array? Yes, it is. Then you return a reduced version of this. No, if not, अच्छा ये हर एक पे एक पे करेगा ना. First item, is the first item this? Is the first item an array? Yes, then you do this. Is the second is the first item? So if it's not an if is the first item not an array, right? Then you do this. Cool, very good, nice. Then what? And all of that will be added to another loop. So this is how they use the spread syntax. If item is an array, use the spread syntax to append items to the array. Oh yeah, this is the spread syntax. Oh yeah, this is the spread syntax. I've been using this for so long and I forgot about it. Oh my god, embarrassing. I think maybe. But with these, yeah, for how many levels does this work is my question. Right, array.reduce, इसके बाद से लेना पड़ेगा. It says accumulator and item. They're very frank. They simply wrote accumulator and item. Right, हमने कहाँ तक है? Okay, so till this comma should do. From here till here, paste. Comments कुछ नहीं चाहिए, निकालो. Otherwise return items in the okay. Right, no change. Interesting. Most interesting. Because they are not. Wait, ARR. If array is array item, accumulator item, it doesn't matter whether it's ARR, does it? So accumulator, and it will do that. Oh, it shouldn't be here. Oh, why? Oh, it's because it's inside the reduce function. Okay.
It broke the first level. This broke the first level. We need multiple if statements here. If statements and for loops. If the first item is an array, do this. If it's not, then you concatenate. Is the second item an array? Yes. So then you dig deeper. If it is an array, so then you go inside. Is the value inside this array, is the first value inside this array an array? No. Cool. So then concatenate each value from this array. It depends on the levels again.
So I think something we have to go with recursion. Array.flat map. Nope, we can't use flat map. Reduce and recursion. The same way, they're only using 3 lines. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Did I also put that? I didn't. I see. Right, but okay, let's read this again. So what does this, how does this recursion work? It will check, it will call itself recursively until everything is flattened. Right, where is this? Wow. Yeah, I don't need any of that. Reduce from here till this should not even that actually. हाँ बस ठीक है लिख लो. Flatten is not defined. Yeah, why? Flatten, yeah, flatten is not defined because it's not the name of this function. Right, flatten current value, the only thing. Okay, yeah, flatten is not defined. I get it. Surprisingly cool. So cool. Why is that? Oh, much better now. Okay. This is an if statement. It will check whether this number, this thing, this item is an array or not. It will return true. Well, it will return false. Something is not a value. So it will simply concatenate the current value to this empty array. And you're reducing each value, so you're reducing this to a number, then you're reducing this to a number, this. I see. Wow. This is accumulator and this is the item, really, but doesn't matter in this case. Marvelous job. Array dot reduce previous value, current value. Then we write previous value dot concatenate. So inside the reduce thing we are concatenating text. Right. Inside the concatenate we write an if statement to tell it what to concatenate or whether to call itself again with this recursive function until it reaches the level. Even if we had 5 in here, it would still print 5 because it's recursive. It will call itself until it gets the current value, and then that current value will be concatenated. Wow. Mind blowing. We have to be able to come up with such precise code. Wow. Of course it will pass all the tests because we're not using any global variables, and I am going to look for ways they did it. Array is array. Yep, is array. Thank you. You need to check if an element is an array or not. You're dealing with an array, then you need to flatten by getting the variable to go. Oh, I had no clue about that. There are 5 ways to do this. Recursive way. Is this recursive? Yep, recursive. They used flat as flat. I see. So a constant called flat, which is an empty array which will be concatenated. Oh, then you play with the flat thing. You write some
array is array if true. Oh, right. What? Why is there a bracket here? Shouldn't have written it this way. The bracket ends here. What? This is the weirdest way I've seen someone write code. कुछ गलती वलती हो गई है बड़ी. Shouldn't there be another one? Is array. I think you left it there. Right. Spread operator. Return to string. So you convert it into a string. Then you replace commas, 2 commas, 3 commas, whatever. Then you split commas into arrays. Then you use map. Inside map you call an anonymous function which would take each character. Then you run an if statement. Is v an object dropped it, not a number. Wow, marvelous. Then streamroll array which would take 2 arguments. First is this, and this is the probably the initial argument, initial value, I'd say. So value dot for each element item, so it runs another function inside this function. Oh my god. Wow. Okay. Right. I didn't know we could change this to ARR. Wow. Okay. And the fifth value. Yeah, I think we read fourth. Oh, the fourth and fifth value takes 2 arguments, where the second argument is already defined. Wow. Something's burning. Okay. But this is cool. You turn this into a string. I was trying to turn this into a string, but I didn't know we could simply use toString. toString and then replace all the commas. Oh, 2 commas to a single comma. Then split via each comma. Split using a comma. Then you map all of them. Cool. Done. Next. Oh. Let me save this. Maybe the oh, अच्छा error लगाया था. हाँ. Nice. Oh, binary. Okay. What is going on? Return an English translated sentence of the bypassed binary string. The binary string will be space separated. Yeah. Right. No hesitation, I simply opened another tab. So what are we supposed to do? Each letter has a binary value. That means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. This must be a space. Let's find out. That occurs only once. How? 0 1 1 0 1 0 0 0 1 1 0 1 1 0 1 1 0 1 1. No. 0 1 1 0 1 1 0 1 1 0 1 1 0 1 1 0 1 0 0. Interesting. How are there spaces? Huh. Huh. How? The binary string. Thank you for that. So basically, you do something to it so that it turns out to be like this. Right. I'm most intrigued about spaces. If this is the first character, second character, third character, fourth character, fifth character, sixth character, A, R, E, 3, 4, then oh, okay, yeah, okay. Apostrophe, I ignored the apostrophe. Then T, oh, this is the seventh character. U, oh, sorry. Copy, paste. Yep, 1, 2, so it has 2 spaces. Nice. So finally we get spaces. So we're simply supposed to interpret these. Fun. I have no clue where to begin. I don't even know whether there is a function, an object method that can help me. I'm going to need some help. Give me a hint, please. I haven't even started, but I don't know what to do. Let's see. It says string prototype character code at. What does that do? Character code. Okay. String prototype. Yeah, we are dealing with strings. Cool. So character code at method returns the numeric Unicode value of the character at the given index except for Unicode code points. Right. We have to write the index. Character code at ABC character code at 0. So 0th value. A returns 65. Variable string. So document dot write string dot character code at string dot length minus 1. Basically for all 26.
Output 90. Interesting. The best way to learn is to teach. I see. Okay. Numeric Unicode value of the character at the. Achha. So this is the opposite. Right. Let's read you again. The problem is very straightforward. You start with a string that represents a sentence in binary code. You need to translate that into words. There is not a direct way to do this, so you'll have to translate twice. Why translate twice? I do not understand this. Direct. You should first convert from binary to decimal before translating those values into characters. Yeah. Things are easier when focusing on smaller parts. Divide the input to focus on one letter at a time. Make sure that each time you transcode a character, transcode another, okay, a character from binary to decimal, you reset whatever variable you use to keep track of the ones. Also, do not forget to turn everything back into one string. Yeah, we'll use join. First, we split this string into an array, then we iterate through each array and then we change its value, and then we store that in another array. So 1 array, 2 array, 3 array. Array. Okay. Yeah. Now what does this take? Character code. String dot from character code. String dot from character code static method returns a string created from the specified sequence of UTF-16 code units. I see. I do not understand. So string dot from character code these. It would return 1 by 2 and 3 by 4. Yeah, as if I understand what you're saying. A sequence of numbers that are UTF-16 code units. A range is between 0 and 65535. also known as OXFFFF. Numbers greater than OXFFFF are truncated, no validity checks are performed. So I get why they want us to convert them from binary to decimal. But are UTF-16 in decimal or hexadecimal? Now, is there a way to transcode JavaScript? How do I transcode a JavaScript string to ISO this? Okay. Right. Transcode method in JavaScript. Is that even JavaScript type conversion? Strings to numbers, numbers to strings, dates to numbers, booleans to numbers. Yeah. Okay, we need a binary to decimal conversion table. Bye. So we have this number binary 11100011. You give it a power of 2 raised to y, 1 2 3 4 5 and 6. Right, the last value gets the value 0, 2 raised to 1, 2 raised to 2 and so on and so forth. You add them together and you get this. Right, that makes no sense. Binary number 0 0 1 1 1 0 is 2, 1 1 is 3. Right, let's read this. How to convert binary to decimal for binary number with n digits. So d must be the digit, so the digit n minus 1, digit 3, digit 2, digit 1, digit 0. The decimal number is equal to the sum of binary digits, the sum of binary length, sum of wait what? So d0 multiplied by 2 raised to 0, d1 multiplied by 2 raised to 1. I can use power for that, base and power. I can increase the base with for loop. Sorry, not base, the power. I can use math. I should use math function. There is a function for that. Math functions, math object, JavaScript. Math.py, math square root, logarithm, pi square root, base 10 logarithm, number to integer, math.round, math.ceiling, math.floor, math.truncate, math.sign. How do you not have any? Okay, bitwise क्या है? Classes, modules, JSON, debugging, style guide, best practices, no. Objects, definitions, properties, methods, display, accessors, constructors, prototypes, iterables, sets, maps, reference, functions, these, call, apply, bind, closures, definitions, parameters, JS classes, class intro, class inheritance, asynchronous, HTML DOM, JS browser BOM. Right, bitwise operators, 5 and 1. Interesting. Oh, so this is a bitwise operator. 32 bits bitwise operands. Yeah, these are not 32 bits. We're far off. And it probably goes till nope, not you. ABS is absolute no. Find the decimal value of this with base 2. Oh yeah, all of them have a base 2. right, hata. Make sure, okay, you should first convert from binary to decimal before translating those values into characters. Things are easier when focusing on smaller part. Divide the input to focus on one letter at a time. Yep, I'm going to do exactly that. Yeah, store this in a string. Simple, really. Let a be string dot split by spaces. Oh, come on, dude. Surround sound. Now they're, yeah, cool. Now we can go through each one of them. Nice. And when we're done converting them, right, how does conversion work? I have to read this again. We have a number. Okay, we have this number. Very good. What do you do? 1. So you take the first character. Right. Is a space saved in here somewhere? It did not. Oh, yeah. Right. Because how could it have split? How could it have? Right. What if we split a split? No, we can't. It will say it can't. Yeah, see, it's not a function. Exactly. Semicolon for now. Right, so what do we want? If we want to iterate through each character of a string, we use a for loop or a reduce function. We're going to reduce this to a decimal number, say these values, right? But how does this conversion work? What functions do I write? Character code at, let's see, so relevant links. So apparently someone used these two for someone used these two to solve this. UTF-16 table, please, in which each character is composed either of one or two 16-bit elements. ये क्या बोल रहा है? So if we give it this, it will return character A. Oh, okay. So right now is it UTF-8? What function do I write my friend to convert this? Convert code. Sorry. Binary to string. Convert binary to string using text. Binary to text using JavaScript. 9 years ago. Output document dot input document dot output dot value empty. I think the real stuff begins from here. We have a for loop and a while loop. For loop. This input dot length, whatever the length of the input is. For us it will be each character. Yeah, 2 for loops. Right. Variable e equals input first character, and then you find out the character code at 0. As if I understand character code at. फिर से पढ़ो. Returns the numeric Unicode value of the character at the given index. So input, convert binary. What does this say? Convert binary to text. कहीं कोई binary दिखाओ भाई. recently. So is this a question? How can I convert binary code to text? Oh, someone, this is, I already made it convert text to binary. Oh, so this is text to binary, sorry. I recently completed an example using a for loop. Here it is. Hope it's useful. I see. So binary agent takes in a string noise. New bin, wait, is ours. Allah, Allah, Allah. Someone literally, they are. And look at that. My first step was to split it. Huh. Close. Close this, close this, close this. I'm going to read and figure this out, and then I'll write the code for myself, by myself. इतना तो कर सकते हैं. Oh, right. Okay. So what does this say? Binary agent string. हाँ ये कर दिया. फिर एक empty array बना दिया. I should also have written that. I will actually. I must. Let new array be an empty array. Nice. Back to you. Now we have a for loop. Oh my god, that's it. But yeah, this is a lot. And then you join it, which yeah, I will. So now I used new array, they used bin code. What does this do? Interesting. Global variable. Interesting. पागल है क्या? I was able to shorten the solution. Shortened. ठीक है. From char code pass int bin2. Right. Let's first finish this and then go to that. Maybe we can optimize it the way he did it by ourselves. So we write bin code dot push. Okay. Push क्या करना है? ये. अच्छा. First it will go through the 0th character, 0th element. So string dot from character code. Yeah, from character code. Then parse as an integer. Okay, I have no clue what parse integer does. JavaScript 10. Or maybe I do not remember. Example there, chal bhai. So whatever strings we pass, if it is a number, it will become a number, and if it is, I see. Oh. Got it. So you are passing this integer, and it says 2. Why is I? Come on. New bin I, which is the ith value. New bin's ith value, which is this. It is passed into integer. What is that doing here? Radix. Optional default is 10. A number 2 to 36, specifying the number system. So what does that do? 10 10 says 10. 0 1 0 becomes 1 0. 10 8 becomes 8. Yeah, as if I understand this now. 0x10. This must be hex. Says 16. So this must be for hex. Right. What if I make you 2? I have to run this, don't I? That says 2. Achha. Or if I use you here, it will return 65. Right. I see. Then you run the from char code. So then 65 का जो भी good. I have to read this. So 189 as okay. From char code JavaScript table. इनके पास है टेबल, दिखाओ। नहीं है टेबल, सॉरी। Images please. Okay, that's the character code list. Character code list by Steve Hardy. Thank you, Steve Hardy. So generous. Right, so we're supposed to turn. Acha, so this is the hash code. So that's what we're doing. What this is doing, pass integer and then on which number system. So this will return 65, then it will check for 65 in here. We have 65, so that's the letter A. This is the HTML value of the letter A. So 65. Oh, very cool. चलो खुद लिख के देखते हैं, ये कॉपी नहीं करना. You're pushing them. New bin dot length. Oh, I get it. That's why. Acha. New array dot length I plus plus. Oh, this cannot be new array dot length. It has to be array dot length. Right. We write what? New dot push inside this. Now the game begins. What do we push? Parse integer character code at I forgot. String dot. So we use the string object. Then char code at inside this. Right, that's not a function apparently. From char code, not car char dot. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Use from char code. Parse integer. Inside this we write arr I2. Oh yeah, let's see the change while we do it. New arr. So these are all Chinese letters now. I mean, I can't say whether it is Chinese. We have a message from Mr. Abdul. He says, I do not understand bitwise operations, so thought about it 9:30 p.m. Must have thought about it. Okay, thank you for sharing that information. Right, so we Chinese. Let's experiment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13, 14, 15, 16. Wow. 17. All these characters exist. 18. And this goes on till 32. I can see there's some, maybe a Persian character. These are mostly Japanese, some Chinese variants, some from some Asian variants. It cannot all be Chinese, of course. Might be Indonesian, I wouldn't have any clue. It might be some other language. It can't all be Chinese, Japanese. That is stereotyping. Oh my god, these are all Asian characters, I think. I do not see a Russian character yet. We have the moon symbol. We have this. I have no clue what that is, whether it is a part of a language or something else. 22, then 23, then 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. That's it. 33 doesn't exist. What? Interesting. But yeah, we go to 2. That's for those are the English letters. Cool. नहीं करने देते, ठीक है. Yeah, so all of this with that noise. Aren't bonfires fun? 81% complete. Nice work, guys. I want to read this again, so it will iterate through each item in the array. Very good. String object from char code. It will return this. This function will return Oh, I want to see what this returns. Each character. So you converted it. Pass integer converts it. It helps with the conversion. Coolio. Very nice. Everything be true. Quincy founder. Quincy what? Oh my god, we have objects now. Object oriented programming, guys. The dogs have started, fighting. So it is real. Look at that. Quincy has entered. Who is Quincy, by the way? I mean, apart from being the CEO. Quincy Jones. That's someone else. We're looking for Quincy freeCodeCamp. He is a developer. He most probably handles the YouTube page. The teacher who founded freeCodeCamp. Right, that's Quincy Larson for you. And we have an object. We have multiple objects. Each of them. Okay. पहले तो console please. इसमें तो पक्का मैप यूज होने वाला है. I've not even read anything and I know we're going to use map here because it involves objects, man. Yeah. लिख ही देते हैं ऐसे. Oh, sorry. Right. Oh, अच्छा. That's where the array ends, and then you have that. Let's read this. Everything be true. Okay. Check if the predicate, which is the second argument, is truthy. Oh god, truthy. On all elements of a collection, first argument. On all elements, basically all elements from each object.
मैपिंग ही है भाई, मैपिंग करना है. हाँ, filter and mapping. In other words, wait, check something is truthy or not. I mean, yeah, map for iteration and well, objects. In other words, you are given an array collection of objects. Yeah, we are. All three of them have the same properties. The predicate pre, pre, the argument called pre will be an object property. Yeah. How are you an object property? How? Oh, I see. Yeah, it is an object property. Sorry. Object property, and you need to return true if its value is truthy. Basically, if it returns, yeah. Check on all elements. Okay. On all, उसके लिए for each use कर सकते हैं. I mean, map will still do it. क्या मैं दिमाग फिर से दौड़ा. Okay, let's finish the problem statement first. What are we supposed to do? Otherwise return false. So the predicate pre will be an object property, and you need to return true if its value is truthy. Whoa. Otherwise return false. Will it return true thrice or false twice and true once? In JavaScript, truthy values are values that translate to true when evaluated in a Boolean context. Remember, you can access object properties through either dot notation or square bracket notation. Okay, and it will check for all of them. Quincy role founder is bot false. Is bot false. Is bot true. Should return false because not all of them are true. Right, what is the opposite of sum then? For each, yeah. We're going to use for each for this. चलो for each का syntax निकालते हैं. For each and map in JavaScript. Right, for each. हाँ तो map क्यों लिख रहे हैं? ठीक है. Let A be collection dot for each what am I even writing? पढ़ना पड़ेगा इसका कोड. Forgot for each. Forgot how to write for each. It should be with object oriented programming. नहीं. Okay, come back. Functional EACH. Simple. Basic data structures won't have it. Basic algorithm wouldn't. Intermediate might. Okay. For. Come on, dude. Expand all of them, please. First for, then for loops for your function, check all or none. What is this? Regular expressions. This should be in object oriented programming. Presence of an element with index of, iterate through all an array's items using for loops. This is not this basic data structures. Nope, none of this will be in here. It has to be in object oriented programming or functional. Slice, splice. Can't find it this way, then we leave it for each. We come here by for each JavaScript. That's pretty simple. Okay. For each item, so first it will go through this item, well, object really. We should write obj. Now what are we supposed to check? obj के अंदर इस bot वाला जो property है, हाँ, truthy values. Pre undefined had to happen. Let's think. Object is true or false. What would this return? First of all, nothing, because there is no second value. What is undefined? निकालो, इसको ही काटते हैं, ले, बस. So first argument, then you go for each, then you write object, and then you go whether something is equal to pre. It says undefined. What is undefined? Something in here is undefined. What if I ask you to do this? Right. What are we doing wrong? Let's say not item. चलो
डॉट प्री लिखते हैं, डॉट नोटेशन, नहीं हुआ कुछ, इज बॉट, कुछ नहीं हुआ, इज बॉट इज नॉट डिफाइंड. Person dot first name is person dot age. Object definitions, please. First name, last name, age, color. Right? How do we get it to return? Object dot create. Right. So a person holds these values. Like our collection. Keyword new object. Person John Doe. X dot age. Constant x equals person. So person dot age returns. Achha. Item. So an item is an object here. We write item dot is bought. Why does not return a value? You know what? Maybe I'm not writing this correctly. Should write collection, that will be undefined, 0 is bought. Right, back to you. It can't read anything. Item is a part of the collection. Item is the 0th value. Why though? Cannot read properties of undefined is bought. मैपिंग दिखा भाई, मैपिंग दिखा. मैपिंग का कोड पढ़ूंगा तो थोड़ा समझ आएगा. map dot filter. Use the map method to extract data from an array, please. We have John Amy Camper Cat, right? User equals user dot name. Map के अंदर user, so users dot map user and user dot name. Literally this much. ठीक है, for each की जगह चलो map करते हैं, at least map करते हैं. Wow, so map worked. Is bought false, false, true. Very good. Yeah. Sum does this. So if one value is true out of all false values, it returns true, right? But not you. We have to use for each somehow. I will find out. I will. Where is the come on? For each array dot prototype dot for each. It's for an array, right? Yeah, array objects, whatever. What does this say? Array element for each console.log element, right? This is the most basic way of writing this, right? For each. So element becomes this element. Now what if it is wrapped in this unexpected string? Wow. So it's for arrays. We need to work with objects and its methods. Constructor नहीं चाहिए, methods चाहिए. Assign, create, define object entries, from entries, get own property, get prototype of, has own क्या काम करेगा? is extensible, map returns values. Wait a minute, मैं reduce कर देता हूँ. तकलीफ. Map returns all the values that of is bot, right? False, false, true. Now if I write here pre, does it have a problem? It has a problem because it's a string. Bracket notation worked. Oh, sorry. Now we write strictly equals true. That had no effect. Reduce it to a function. Now it says false. If I make this true, true, copy, so all of them are still false. इसको हटाओ. Print क्या करता है तो भाई undefined, right? You take an item, you check it something with it, don't ya? If all of them are true, it should return true. It returns false anyway. Now it will return true, of course. What if one of them becomes false? That's not. It will still return true. That's not the way we should write this code then. But we are reducing it to 1. So what is this doing? Let's think. Reduce. What does reduce do? What does map do? All of them iterate through each array. No, not filter. Wait. Maybe. I came up with an idea. Now we have 2. Very good.
Now instead of this, really we don't want to return this, we have to return true or false. We'll leave this. We write an if statement. If a.langth is equal to collection.langth, then you return true, else you return false. Cool. Worked. That will work. काम हो गया? नहीं हुआ. तकलीफ. क्या तकलीफ? चलो देखते हैं. This one, so 1, 2, 3 and 4 did not check out. So we didn't write the code correctly. एक एक करके जाते हैं. पहले first one, truth check this. This should return true. Let's try to understand why. बाप रे. पहले तो उसको सबको लाइन में रखना पड़ेगा. Right. So what does this say? Name. Oh. Do all of them have names? So it can't be truthy then. What? This should return true. How? Why? Why? You are given an array, the predicate will be an object property and you need to return true if its value is truthy, otherwise return false. In JavaScript, truthy values are values that translate when evaluated into in a Boolean context. Okay, I have to understand what truthy means now. Truthy and falsy values in JavaScript. In JavaScript, a truthy value is a value that is considered true when encountered in a Boolean context. All values are truthy unless they are defined as falsy. That is, all values are truthy except false, 0, -0, 0, n, empty, null, undefined, and not a number. Examples of if true, oh my god, truthy. So I did not understand the fundamental meaning of truthy. Right. A truthy value is a value that is considered true in a Boolean context. Okay. Right. Boolean conditional. For loop. Control variable Boolean conditional. Well, in that case, this is a Boolean conditional. I mean, yeah, I wrote it in another way. We can't write it this way then. I didn't know it was going to check for any value. Other than that, let's keep this at least. We will have to change you to something else because we're checking whether Quincy is truthy or not. Did we learn that in here anywhere? TRUT sounds familiar. Where though? TRUE, everything be true. That's it. Okay. I'm googling find truthy value of an element in JavaScript. Okay, if truthiness in JavaScript. How to find a truthy value? An easy way of checking if a value is truthy or false is by passing it to a boolean constructor function. This has some practical applications too. How, my friend? If value, that's it? Huh? Nicholas sub. Now this will be so problematic. I will show why. Abbe. Return A. Yeah, we're not filtering data. We're mapping. Oh, it's pre. दिखा भाई नहीं, sorry. Quincy role founder. Yeah, none of them are true anymore. Very good. We can take something very tricky. Let's take you. You look extremely complicated, despite the fact that you're not. Oh, not here. That much. Oh, अच्छा. Levels upon levels aren't there. Oh my god. ID 1 data. Just a second guys, I'll be back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Where were we? Yeah. Okay. Right. where are you? इसको एक लाइन में डालो प्लीज. हाँ, finally. So that's value 1. Should not have done that. But what can we do? What is this data? Wait a minute. Oh, अच्छा. That's object number 2 code. इसको भी पीछे डालो. That's object number 1. Finally. That's object number 2, and that's object number 3. Very good. And then we have this little thing. Very good. Now each ID is a truthy value. You have to check that. Yeah, I can live with that. This should return false because null is not a truthy value. Right. How does this edit the game? Okay, so now that we've mapped it, I wanted to write, we can use a for loop. For loop won't do any good really. We'll keep going on loops and loops. Fine, चलो बनाते हैं. इसको तो चांस ही नहीं मिलेगा वैसे. राइट. What am I thinking? I want to see if it does return a truthy value. पहले तो ये दिखा भाई. चल या एक ही ith वैल्यू नहीं है, सेकेंड वैल्यू है, इट रिटर्न्स फॉल्स. वेरी गुड. सो ट्रूथी वूथी सब समझ आया. ठीक है. It will stop. It will stop the loop the moment it's. Why? most interesting. One and then I. What does that mean? How are you now false? Shouldn't be this way. Why is one here? What does one signify? Is it A an array? Can't you write if statements thrice? Another way to find out is how many times true is printed and how many times false is printed. Cool. Okay, finally. Undefined I can understand. So this is how many times it ran. We should use a sum. The opposite of true. Sum. If any of them return false, then you return false. ये हट जाएगा. We write let b equals a dot sum and it begins. Why do I do that? I mean, it feels good too. That's probably why. Right. We write item arrow. Sorry. Yeah. It won't be item. I mean, करिए एक एक करके चाहिए. Much simpler, looks so much better. और इसको क्या हो गया अभी? Why? Oh yeah, we also have to ask it to return to B, right? That's why I defined. Right. Of course, this isn't. Does that solve U, by the way? Yes. Basically, what does it? It probably returns false for this. We'll find out. रानी फिर ना दो क्या रहा क्यों अच्छा name I want to know. चलो क्या है? Forgot. No, this way. Right. That's why it's undefined. I mean, that's why it returns false. Because there is nothing to be true or false about Quincy. Is Quincy? It's not Boolean. This in itself is an iterator and an if thing. We give it this. Bapre, I have to find out how to find out whether a value is truthy. Null value equals to null, right? Now I have an array A which stores Quincy, Naomi and Camperbot, right? Yeah, and we have a sum which is an iterable loop which would run an if statement. It is running an if statement. Do you want me to literally write down this? Fine, let's write this. Can't even. चलो इसको बनाओ. Return 2 मिनट का काम है. क्या है? I don't think this is the problem. Syntax is not the problem. See? Interesting. Now Quincy returns true, but the rest do not. Why? Okay. With this method 1, 2, 3 and 4 tests are passed. This somehow does not. We do not pass this somehow. चलो भाई क्या तकलीफ है तुम्हें? Right. False, false, true. Some. Is there another way? No. you find even one false value, you stop and return false. How do we ask it to write that? This will it will return a true value the moment it finds something true. How do we make it make a 360-degree turn? What if I write this? तकलीफ. क्यों तकलीफ? बराबर तो है. We're literally reversing things. That won't work. Quincy name camper bot. This is for is bot. Should return false first of all. I mean the semicolon should be there. Yeah. Why is A returning false true? Oh, because this is for is bot. I see. Okay. False true. Now if false is a falsy value, then you return false. I don't think we need any of these. Well, it won't do anything really. I'll show you guys. See, Q is the question. How do we flip it? I have to read the docs for sum again, then sum in JavaScript, please. Some method. Wait a minute. Maybe you can use for each. एक एक करके पहले रुको. Sum if one of them is if even one of them is false, then you return false. Sum true if any of the array elements pass the test, otherwise false. Any of them pass the test. So yeah, true will pass the test, so it will simply return true. What if I do this? Won't work. See, it still says true. So that's not what we are thinking of looking for. For each of them should be a truthy value. तकलीफ क्यों? For each को समझना पड़ेगा भाई. Right. Okay, what does this function do? Acha, prints them item and then index, item and index and then item br. We have an empty string called text. With each function, what will it do? So for each value, you check whether it is truthy or not. वापिस चलो. For each value, you check whether it is truthy or not. So you go to item whether the first thing is false, so you put that. इस पे मैंने रन किया, ये बोलेगा false. Thank you. निकालो false. बाप रे. Na 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 na. Bavare bavare. Yeah. Okay. We can't do that. Kacha. Right. And that is invalid. Ah. Okay. Come on dude, एक backspace बोला था. How do we find out if it is truthy without an if statement? Boolean construct. Oh my god. Oh god. चलो Boolean constructor में डालेंगे item को. B undefined. I get it. Why? It should say true. Still says undefined. What does for each return? Is not executed for empty elements. Right. तो instead of if item we write this. Fine. अरे हाँ. What do you where? What is undefined, my friend? ये तो बता क्या undefined है भाई. सेमीकोलन डाल देते हैं, एंटर कर देते हैं बस. We have let so much spacing. We have so much space. This is an anonymous function. We made it especially for you. Chalo. It will check whether something is boolean or not for each value. Chalo. Let's make you Quincy. Item. So this says it is true. What's your problem? For each and boolean. For each loop with a second boolean nope. Sum every. Wait, for each and every. Oh. What does every do? Come on, every. True. तकलीफ की क्या है. What does every do? Move view please. Sum method iterates two elements, check if any value in the array satisfies the condition. The sum method accepts a boolean expression with the following signature. Element boolean. बस हैं. ओ हाँ, यहाँ पे बी लिखना चाहिए नहीं. We passed. Okay, guys. Chill. We passed. I used every and it worked, not for each. For each did something else then. Every value should return true. All of them should be truthy. Yay! And we did it with what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 4 lines of code.
Noise. Let collection node map. So first we created an array. That array was then passed through a method called every, where each item was checked whether it was a truthy value. If it were a truthy value, then it would return true. If it were not a truthy value, then it would return false. इसने एवरी लिखा है तो हर एक वैल्यू को सेम होना चाहिए. अगर इनमें से कोई भी एक वैल्यू भी अलग होती है, if all of them are false, that's also okay. If all of them are true, that's also okay. But they should all be truthy. Nice guys, good speed. I'm going to take a short break now. I will be back. You guys can skip forward by what? By 15 minutes, and I will be right back with you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. I'm back. Hello. Give me a few seconds, guys. I will be right with you. You can read the problem statement if you haven't already. I haven't read any of them. We will read them again together. Until then, what I'll do is home again. I like to be here when I can. Yeah, I'll keep the sound on. You guys can enjoy the music. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. I see. Wow, amazing. Home, home again. I love that song. I've been, just like MF Doom. Now I'm listening to Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is just amazing. I keep playing their song Time so many times. I've played that song so many times I can't even remember. It's an amazing song, really. Okay, back to this. Oh snap. Wait, yep, okay. Let's save the view. Very good. We have saved it. Now we read this. Create a function that sums two arguments together. Okay, if only one argument is provided, then return a function that expects one argument and if only one argument is provided, then return a function that expects one argument and returns the sum. For example, add together 2 and 3 should return 5, and add together 2 should return a function. What does that mean? Calling this return function with a single argument will then return the sum. So 2 plus 2. Oh, so then it would wait, what? Sum 2 and I see. Wait. Calling this return function with a single argument will then return the sum. We've done this somewhere before. Is it carrying? Forgot. In functional programming, we learned currying. Nope, not currying actually. Basically, if either argument isn't a valid number, return undefined. I see. If this what is that video? I am intrigued now. I was rickrolled. I'll show you guys. I can't play that. I'll get a copyright strike. But I was rigged. I was rickrolled. I was literally rickrolled. Yeah, we were rickrolled. My God, these guys are funny. Yeah, we were rickrolled. What can we say? Yeah, so when you are rickrolled, you return undefined. If it is a number, return this. Yeah, okay. Should return undefined. We have to use strict equality operator. Oh, yeah. A for loop for that, then. If either of them. Oh God. So many ifs and that's. Okay. Wait a minute. If it's not a number, it will automatically return undefined, won't it? I think so. That should work. So we can forget about undefined for now. I can use regex to check whether it is a number or not, so we'll leave that. I don't want to use regex yet. We can test that. Yeah, leave that. Okay. So when we write 2, 3, it should return 5. That is simple enough. चलो पहले एक step खत्म करते हैं. Right. 2 and 3, we already have that. Arguments. We can use the object called arguments. Add together है. Oh, okay. I also want to see what it looks like. Console.log. Right. Mens. What do we write? Map, filter, or reduce. Right. No, not item. No spacing required. A, B. Arrow function A plus B. I see. बस मर्ज करो. Yay! So now we can add 2 numbers. Nice. I see. Okay. Sorry. If arguments arguments dot langth is 2, then you do this. Oh yeah. That's a cat. Sorry, I was lost again. Let's get back to this. Right. For example, add together 2, 3 should return 5. It does. Nice. that sums two arguments together. Done. If only one argument is provided, then return a function that expects one argument returns the sum. Okay. Now we write one. If argument by, like, I'm going to reuse this then. Oh yeah, done. Okay, very good. Let's take 5 for instance. Much better. What do we do with A then? Calling this return function with a single argument will then return this. That's not the way. For example, okay. It should return a function. We've constructed this poorly. If only one argument is provided, then return a function that expects one argument. Return a function that expects one argument returns the sum. Oh. अच्छा. Calling this return function with a single argument will then return the sum. This. variable sum2 and should return a function. My god, what have I done? I do not get this at all. Arguments, object and type of. Yeah, we'll use type of is really easy. Every time you deal with an argument you have to check if it is defined. You have to check if it is defined and if it is a number. When working on the case that it needs to return a function, using closure can help you write the function in terms of added together. We came across closure before. With functional programming, CLOS, no, closure, use product properties within bird.name Duffy, function bird let this and this dot get hatched. Oh, this is a constructor or what? Yeah, this is a constructor. This dot get hatched count would, calling this function would return a function. Doesn't return a function. What am I missing? चलो अभी वो नहीं हो रहा तो इसको कर देते हैं comment. I'm not too keen on making this an else if statement anyway. ठीक है, ये क्या काम तो कर ही रहा. हाँ चलो वो भी टाइप ऑफ कर लेते हैं. For loop. Oh my god, what is this? This means we are either using currying together 5 and 7. This is currying. There's no commas. This is currying, I remember. That was a part of functional programming. Uncurried xy, x plus y, curried x, return function y, return x plus y. Two functions inside one function. I wrote this in a nice way. Bapre. No. Oh, it was right. Huh. That's the function call. Brain melt or what? Can't think.
Yeah. You know what? Let's get back to.
I'll leave this commented for now. Nope, not taken. But you have to use currying somewhere in here.
Must be because of this. Yeah, let's solve that first. Why not? Chalo. What does this do? So it converts them into arguments and goes through each value. Okay.
What if I were to comment you? Right, add together is not a function. Oh, because of that. This would return undefined, this would return, okay. If we had $:// it would return undefined, so we are good to go in that department. Undefined works very well. Now we have to solve view. That can also be taken care of. Now these are solved. Two numbers can be added. If we add a number that is not defined, then you can do that. Good. Now we have to find out how to return a function when it's only one. Then also currying and undefined for currying. Because basically this returns, this call would return another call which would include this. How do we even write that? I once did it, but how? This is function uncurried x y, right? Function curried x should return a function y. It would take x and y. If it has z, right? Okay, that makes it
a little bit better to understand. Now unfortunately this doesn't even take an argument. No arguments. It can be simply called and will present itself. तो ये इसका कोई काम नहीं है. चलो करिंग सबसे पहले करते हैं, फिर कुछ काम नहीं आया तो ब्रेक कर देंगे, राइट. सो व्हेन यू कॉल x, अरे बाप रे, we call 5, let's say 4, no, करिंग करना ना, 3, 4 and 3, this should return 4 and 3 sum of 4 and 3, right. Return, how did you write it, function y, अच्छा ऐसे लिखा है, हाँ तो उठाया ही है, paste, very good, no returns again. Now x is not defined. That will change things. Oh yeah, we also have to do that, don't we? Command set. Okay. Paste curly bracket. Right. Obviously x is not defined. We have to write it this way. Now it returns that. Very good. If there's currying, it will do that. चलो अभी इसको change करेंगे. हटा दिया. Oh sorry. इसको मैं comma space कर दूँ तो it returns function. हाँ, अभी if statement लिखना पड़ेगा. कैसे लिखेंगे if statement? Yeah, return breaks the loop or the function away. Yeah, right. Because it's not expecting 1 or 2 arguments, we can't write x here. You know what, let's just run this one, fine. Right. Home again. I like to be here when I can. Right. This should return another function and it will be stored inside you. Okay, honey, curly bracket again. Nice. That returns a function. I mean, yeah, it should return a function now. But 5, 7 should return 12. Okay, let's keep it 5, 7. 5 and 7, right. I mean, it does return a function. The thing is, we don't know what function. Come on. Okay. Exactly. How did you write this? So x and y, so 1 is x and y is this, right? Okay, let's make you x, for example. Okay, let's remove view because it's returning, isn't it? Bus Shanti. Yeah, why is not defined, my friend? I know. Chill. Should return a function. Mission accomplished. If I simply were to write 5, it would return a function. Yeah. It does return a function, really. It does. But then it looks for y and it can't find anything, so it just simply returns a function. This is an anonymous function, so you're taken care of. अभी ये सब तकलीफें हम शुरू करेंगे. Oh, this is all. Oh, because it's broken. Right. You have to write an if statement. No, what do I even write in an if statement, man? Huh? Return does its job. What we can do is we cut it here, लिख लो, इसको end में डाल दो, चल भाई निकल. Right. Now if I put 7 in here, it will return 12. 5 and 3 should return 8. Oh, sorry, bracket. It returns a function. कर देते हैं ना, if में लिख देते हैं. सम कर दिया, ये कर दिया, क्या बाकी है? And should return undefined, right? इसके अंदर चेक करना पड़ेगा ना, type of. बढ़िया. If it is not a number, पूरा उठाना चाहिए था. Copy, paste. If it is not a number, then return undefined. If it is a number, then you return undefined. Yeah. Right. So patchy. This is so patchy. को ना काम करे ना, अभी 2 में तकलीफ होने लगी. सोचो, this can't be AI. Type of X can't be X. हाँ, अरे करके दिखा करना. This returns 8. Should return undefined. अभी वो भी चेक करना पड़ेगा. हाँ, वो तो ठीक है, उसने 8 को रिटर्न कर दिया. Now if this were in a block, this returns 53. Yeah, because now it's concatenated. We don't want type of X. Wait. Double ampersand. Y. B57 should return 12. अब क्या बोल रहा है यहाँ पे? undefined बोल रहा है. So type of X and Y both अच्छा हाँ नहीं ऐसे नहीं लिखता था फिर. इसमें इसने ऐसा किया, इसमें इसने ऐसा किया. 53, it's still 53, come on. वेट अच्छा दोनों नहीं सॉरी डबल पाइप. नॉइस डन. ऑब्वियसली दिस इज एक्सट्रीमली पैची गाइस. बिल्कुल मत मेरे जैसा लिखना. मैं तो क्या ही बना दिया है. इट इज़ फंक्शनल बट so many loops, so much waste. Yeah. I mean it works. I'm gonna say that. I've got to say that. Oh, the hints open here, but I want to see. Not see. Let's try to write a better way. It doesn't even tell us. Create a function that sums two arguments together. Right. Two arguments together. If only one argument is. इसको ही सोचते हैं ना. इसका लॉजिक निकालते हैं तो लॉजिक निकालेगा तो समझ आएगा. Right. So what does this do? It declares a variable called a and stores in it all the arguments inside, right? And then it runs a for loop. For loop for what? So it will check each and every argument whether it is a whether it is a number or not. इसको मैं हटा दूँ, इसको कमेंट कर दूँ, को तकलीफ़ होगी. हाँ तकलीफ़ होगी. ओके. So if we were to write it this way, for example, हाँ, so this would return undefined. So it is because of this. उसी टाइम पे वो फंक्शन रुक जाता है. That's why we are here. वो दूसरे if पे कूदता ही नहीं है. हाँ हाँ तो उसको मैं else if कर देता हूँ. ये क्या तकलीफ है इसको. अनएक्सपेक्टेड टोकन. क्यों भाई. कहाँ पे. else पे. Oh, because it's a for loop, right? Can't simply write a for loop. Oh yeah, a for loop चल रहा है. नहीं stuff happens. Yeah, so we have to let it be. But yeah, the moment it finds a number, it will return undefined. Yeah, cool. Then we have another if statement, separate if statements. This checks whether it has two arguments. I've been told only two numbers will be added. Sums two arguments. So you have to check whether the arguments are in fact two. Yes, they are. If they are, then you do this. You call the reduce function and then you add them. Very cool, very nice. And return a is inside it. So if this does turn out to be true, then you break the function then and there. It doesn't reach this return function. Why? Cool. ये भी सही है, ये भी sorted है. Maybe this is actually good. I have no clue. I want to understand a better way to optimize this code. Okay. And then we have return. So this is currying. This is called currying, where a function call calls another function call. Basically ये सब bypass कर देगा ये. क्यों? क्योंकि इसकी लेंथ 2 नहीं है. भूल जाओ. ये क्या है? Let a equals arguments. भाई
हाँ तो वो उसको ये करेगा। अच्छा हाँ नहीं, अच्छा तो 2 लेवल का चेकिंग चल रहा है। सो व्हेन इट ओनली हैज़ 1 आर्ग्यूमेंट, इसका 2 लेवल का चेकिंग चलता है। या यू गाइस विल सी। जस्ट ओ सॉरी यार, फिर से I commented the wrong thing. Right. If I were to do this, add together is not a function. तकलीफ हो गई उसको, कहाँ पे? add together पे तकलीफ हो गई। हाँ नहीं, इसको पहले हटा देते हैं बस, तो उसको कॉल ही नहीं करेगा। undefined. So 5, उसका 2 लेवल का चेकिंग चल रहा है। Cool. So first it will check the first argument, the only argument, because we are not calling anything. Maybe we can do something about that here. If it is a number, then you return function y and then you check both of them. Oh, then we don't really need this. First में अगर उसने कर ही दिया है, right? If I do this, what does it say? Type add together is not a function. This must be because of this. This has a different duty than that. Unfortunately, I was thinking of mixing the first and the third step. Okay, how did they write it? Oh my god, simple 3 if statements. Yeah, so they declared 2 variables called first and second equals arguments. So the first will be given the first value, the second will be given the second value. Very cool. If there's only one value, then it will only say first. Now, type of. If type of first number, then you run this. Right. Then inside this we have another if. If type of second number is a number, then you sum the two of them. If arguments dot length is 1, my god. If arguments dot length is 1, then you return second. Oh, because it calls itself. Whoa! Thank you, Papa. First and second. Wow, so elegant. And this is something I would have done. Type of first number. First argument is a number, second number is not defined. Then this, oh my god. I mean, this code works too, but it looks longer. And then this is, first one is just amazing, mesmerizing. First and second, add second. So this would call add second if you got a second argument, right? Type of second number, yay. Then you go to this, if type of first a number. एक सेकेंड, ये क्यों लिया बे, सॉरी. Why do you have this function then? Oh, अच्छा, oh, I get it. So that you don't need to write a function here. I mean, if you don't want to write a function here, then you do this. You can see this doesn't return a function, it returns wait, oh yeah, I see. It will call that function. No, it won't call that function. It will call right. What? Why? Where is the sum? First plus second. Acha. Works. Currying works. Yay. Bingo. ऑब्जेक्ट कंस्ट्रक्टर, नो, ऑब्जेक्ट ओरिएंटेड प्रोग्रामिंग करेंगे अभी. my kind of nightmare, guys. Ha ha ha. Just a second. Interesting. Back to this. Okay. Oh, we have one concurrent viewer. What does this say? Fill the object constructor with the following methods below. Yeah. What should it return, if I may ask? Hey, Bob Ross. Get first name, get last name, get full name, set first name, set last name, set full name. Oh, self-calling functions. Fill in the object constructor. This is the object constructor. Actually, yeah, this. Get full name has already been defined, it seems. We have to get first name, last name. Wait, oh, acha, yeah. Set first name, set last name, and first last. Right. Yeah, I think run the test to see the expected output for each method. The methods that take an argument must accept only one argument. It has to be a string. These methods must be the only available means of interacting with the object. Object.keys bob.length should always return 6. Oh, right. It won't be that easy. We've reached 90% of this, haven't we? You know what, guys, I think I'm done for the day. 5 घंटे खत्म हो गए, बाप रे. Yeah, I'm done for the day, guys. I will see you guys back tomorrow in the next live session. Until then, sayonara, ciao, Jai Shri Krishna, bye bye. Thank you. Ciao.